Okay, I'll continue with my session. The first topic, what we have to discuss in Unit 6 is about the environmental coping, animal sentience, living a nature, healthy and quality life, meeting animal needs, and a comprehensive framework of animal welfare, five freedoms, five domains, and the welfare and quality criteria. So, in the environmental coping, what we have to provide in the animal sheds, which gives comfort or it mimics the natural life of the animal. So, what happens when we see a bird, a grazing bird in the natural fields, it will be going on scratching the floor and it will be creating lot of dust around it. It is a type of dust bathing. So whether we are going to provide such a comfort so that the animal feels that it is in it can have its own natural life even if it is in the confinement. And again, when it comes to the temperature inside the shed or something, or the temperature needs of a newborn animal, for example, it may look very cool for the newborn animal in comparison to the adult. So whether we are going to provide any warmth or so, or to avoid hypothermia. So these are all the, like, you are going to create something artificially which mimics the natural atmosphere for the animals. So this is one of the picture from our farmer's invention, where he is keeping the natural birds in a confinement, but still he has provided space for the animal to creep and roost on top of it.
Madam,
Sorry,
madam, we are
sorry,
still on
madam.
slide number one. Yeah, and you can make
Maybe,
it to presentation mode, so that will be easier.
Which one?
You can make it in the presentation mode. Uh,
Yeah, it
if,
is there in the presentation mode, I think.
no, you click on this. No, we are
you
able
click
to see the
there.
whole thing.
Is it in
You click on this.
presentation mode now?
No, not yet.
It's not that. It's not that.
No, not yet. Not yet. You click here that icon next to 37%.
Somebody is having that
Hello,
noise.
madam. Madam, madam, keep it in the slide show. Madam, keep that in the
Yes, sir.
slide show, madam. Madam,
Yeah.
myself is Dr. Sunil. Keep it in a slide show, madam.
Yeah, yeah, I will
F5.
keep.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have kept it in the slides only. It should come here. No, it's not coming. That's why I am having a problem. Are you able to see now?
No, no, no.
No, madam.
Yeah, when I went to this recording, it changed. Hearing. Are you seeing my screen now?
Screen
Yes,
visible,
ma'am.
but presentation not visible.
Now you
Presentation.
select the presentation now.
Presentation is seen? No.
No, not presentation.
Yeah,
No,
it
ma'am.
is.
No, from your browser,
Not
just
visible.
click on the presentation. So it should start.
But that another box should come. No, it is not coming. Share the contents.
Madam, you open the PPT and minimize it. Then you can click on that window. It will show share.
The PPT is opened only, sir.
Okay.
I have minimized it. It is there on my desktop now.
Yeah.
Share your screen now. You have two options when you start sharing. Either you can share the whole screen or you can only share the presentation.
Either it is not coming. Wait, I will
Uh-huh.
share the entire screen and see. Now I am
Yeah.
sharing the entire screen. Are you seeing my screen now?
Yeah, it is coming up now.
Okay, I will put it in the
Yeah,
presentation.
yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Correct.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, okay. There is some connection between this internet and this thing. Okay.
Yeah,
So
no,
I'll
this is much
continue.
better.
I'll continue with this. We were talking about the environmental coping, roosting up of the ground or dust bathing. These are the comforts which we provide. Then another one where the different animals adapted to different type of environmental conditions. That is a desert living animal. It is able to cope up in a dry, hot environment. So in those species, they have their own biological adaptation, such as retention of water and the storage of fat in their pads, like that. But in case of some other species which lives in the land, they have some behavioral adaptations, like that. They go into the shades or burrowing habit, or going into a darker place for as a nocturnal environment. So what they do, this is one of the picture I have recently taken from one of the cat house. So they are providing these type of bedding, and also a den like thing, a darker space for the cat to go and lie inside. So where we are trying to mimic something which the animal is habituated. And then another one is, whenever we are bringing an animal which is in the wild or domesticated animals, when we are going to bring them into from the wild, you are bringing the sheep or a goat and making it to feed on the leaves on the shrubs. So where a farmer tries to tie or hang the branches, so that it has the feel that it is naturally picking the branches or leaves, and it is feeding. So this is where we are trying to mimic whatever happens in the nature. Then another one more is with you can see these birds doing the dust bath, and they scratch and they remove the insects. Actually, it helps or it protects the birds. But in a farm condition, what we are going to do, we will be discouraging the flies by using some artificial methods. So but still, that habituated nature of the birds may be seen, may be observed in a deep litter system of management. We can see this, and the ability of the animal to cope in the new environment. When animals are challenged by an environment, how they are going to cope up. These are the things which we should have in our mind. Then the animal sentience, or the emotional status of the animal, by seeing the behavior of the animal or expression of the animal, by the pain experienced by it, by making a sound or a distress sound, or when it is hungry, how it expresses, or when you say, normally we see in the farm conditions, when the animal, when the person enters, when the livestock man enters inside itself, the animal gets alerted that he is going to give him something, feed or water to drink. So they become alert and they show their behavior. This type of nature, we call it as a animal sentience. So by assessing this behavior, we have to alter the managemental practices so that they are comfortable. So these are some of the documented evidences to show in a cat how it behaves when it is stressful, how the movement of the tail or the opening of the eyes or the erection of the ears, these are the movement of the whiskers. These things are observed, and then suitable measures have to be taken. So here, when we say that how an animal can live its natural life, when we are going to provide an artificial setup for the animal. So in this, mainly we say the human animal contact is more, unlike in nature, where the human intervention is going to be less. Where this social companionship, or how the animal interacts with the animal, with the human, and how it is going to behave. So you can see, even the animal can identify a person who is aggressively attacking, or a person who is going to be kind towards that animal. So these type of behavioral changes, or the animal remembers its experience, or that is why we see the vehicle chasing and all, no, where the animal would have been, or the pups or the would have been harmed by the moving vehicle. So that is why they will chase the vehicle. So these are some of the things which the animal feels that it is threatened, and it will behave in a different manner. So how you are going to provide living a healthy and a quality life by having, so this you can see in this picture, this is on in a dog show. So an unknown person comes, and still the animal tries to shake hands. So that is where it is a positive behavior shown by the animal, and it thinks that the person who is approaching is not going to harm. So these are the thing, how, because the animal is kept in such a way, or it is kept in such a contact with the human, so that they are not having more fear even a new person intrudes. Then well treated, these type of well treated animals will have a sort of a life worth living. That is, it will feel, yes, I am happily living, it is protected from suffering, nobody is going to injure me. And But whatever may be the physical and the physiological needs of the is very important. How much space we are going to provide, how much space is there for the animal to play, to have its own social interaction, and also a sufficient space for its feeding, and water, and also a shelter during the hot part of the day. So you can see in this picture, this is Badavari buffaloes maintained, where they have shelters like closed one, as well as an open shelter, as well as an open space for the animal. And they are not tied, they just roam around, and whenever they feel, when it is going to rain, they may go inside the sheds, or when they need just a shade, they will go into the open shelter. So these are all the changes which we can adopt in a shed, so that the animals are kept in the comfort. And providing highest standard of animal husbandry is the one which helps to prevent the occurrence of the disease or spread of the disease. So what happens here, we call that as a good life, where the animal doesn't get into disease, they have the comfort, pleasure, and they have the interest in the life, and they are confident, they are moving around happily, and play, and have an exploration type of expression in its face. It will have free movement across. This we call it as a good life. So, what do animals lead? So, various researchers have done experimentation on these domesticated livestock since 1980s, which was the period where more of commercial farming systems have come. So, there they have used different materials to see that the different species are kept in a natural environment. So you see, domestic pigs reared in the barns were taken to the woodland area. So what they did was they experimented on the farmed animals, and they took them to the actual forest areas or the natural grazing areas. But they showed rooting, that is the natural behavior of digging the soil and taking the roots and feeding was observed, even though they were domesticated for many years. So, such a natural instincts will not be forgotten by these animals. And there were one more study where the different test areas were created for dogs A, B, and C. So, how whether the dog prefers the resource A, resource B, or resource C. That is different types of food that are available in nature, and that is how they have studied and documented the different behavioral and expression of domestic animals, and accordingly they have framed certain guidelines for this. So what are the wants and needs of the animals? So the physiological needs is the space, temperature, or the internal temperature, and whatever the nutrition that we are going to provide in the form of feed and fodder to the animals, and how they are kept safely from the predators, how much safe they are from the predators, and the social interactions. The social interactions is mutually with other animals in the herd, and then exploration and choice. So here we have to provide feed and fodder in different locations, so that they have the natural habitation of searching for feed and fodder and feeding, instead of directly feeding in a one particular trough. So where there is movement of space, there is space for the animals to go and explore and eat, and they have the pleasure seeking behavior. So these are the things which we have to keep in mind when we talk of welfare. So in this comprehensive framework of animal welfare, the 5 freedoms and 5 domains and welfare quality criteria and principles were framed. So let us see in detail about the 5 freedoms. The 5 freedoms are freedom from hunger and thirst, freedom from discomfort, freedom from pain, injury, and disease, freedom to express normal behavior, and freedom from fear and distress. So when we say what is this freedom from hunger and thirst, where we are going to provide ready access to water and diet for it to maintain its full health and vigor. And the freedom from discomfort is any sharp objects or anything which or the confinement in a smaller space. These are all the things which brings about discomfort to the animal. You know that the animal is going to stay in that shed for uh, throughout its lifetime, or till it is going to be culled from the herd. So at that all through that their lifespan there, they have to be in a comfort place, freedom from pain and injury and disease. So pain and injury is providing proper bedding material, or preventing any pointed objects, or protecting the animal from vaccination. All these come together in the freedom from pain, injury, and disease. Then freedom to express normal behavior. I will let somebody in because many are there, I think, in the line. They are not coming, I think. They are not coming, I think. Okay. Freedom to express normal behavior by providing space, facilities, and company of species. Freedom from fear and distress. That is, sudden loud noise coming or something like that, which causes the mental suffering, should not be there when we have the animals. So this is one of the interesting picture we took in our farm. So when we had the unloaded the a heap of straw as a like a mountain thing, these one-legged animals were running around and they were trying to climb up the hill, which or else they were maintained in the plains, but still their natural habitat of climbing up the hill behavior is expressed in this amount of grass. So where that is the freedom to express its normal behavior. When we provide such an environment, definitely they will be enjoying their stay here. And the animals feelings, freedom from hunger, thirst, pain, discomfort, fears, distress, all these things will help the animal to be in a comfortable place. So these five domains where we are going to measurable domains are those like the nutrition, where how much whether we are providing the nutrition required for its stage of life, like if it's a pregnant animal, if it is a lactating animal, if it is a growing animal, what is the ration we are going to give, which are measurable. Then another one in temperature inside the shed and outside, or in the grazing yard or in the milking parlor, how it is going to be there. And the health, how whether you will be scoring the animal for its health conditions. Then we can even observe the behavior of the animals inside the shed by different tools. Then another one is the mental state. So mental state, we don't directly record measure, but we indirectly measure based on the symptoms expressed by this. That is breathlessness, thirst, pain, nausea, hunger, dizziness, sickness, debility, weakness, anxiety, fear, which are scored in the form of a qualitative trait. So these five domains constitute the animal welfare status. So five domains model versus five freedom model. So here, whatever may be the domain, we think of possible positive benefits to the animal in different physical and functional domains. The positive emotional status is expressed in the form of mental state domains. That is, how much pleasure or enjoyable is the stay for these animal in confinement or when it is in the domestication. So you can see in this video, though it looks like the animal is tied inside the shed, and when it is allowed to stay with its mother, it tries to mimic. It licks the cow, and the calf is also showing its enjoyment towards his mother, because though they are otherwise kept separated when they are in the grazing condition, or when the mother goes for grazing, they are kept away. And another one is how much space we are going to provide, how much feed and fodder we are going to provide in the sheds when the animal is inside the shed or when it is in the grazing area. So how we are going to assess these welfare quality criteria and principles? One is good feeding. Good feeding in the sense there should not be absence of prolonged hunger or absence of prolonged thirst. That means whenever it needs food, fodder is provided. Whenever it needs, water is provided. Then good housing, comfort around the resting area, thermal comfort and ease of movement. So whether the animal is able to freely move about or it is able to lie down and get up of its own. Then good health is the absence of injuries. So normally we find when the floor is slippery, or when there is some protruding objects, or when the animal is having some sort of pain by protruding pointed objects. So how you are going to create an environment where the animals are completely vaccinated so that they don't get disease, or whatever the disease which is prevalent in that particular area, they have to be protected. Or whenever there is an outbreak of a disease, how much care you are going to take care from the by separating the healthy and the unhealthy ones. So these three principles: good feeding, good housing, good health, and the criteria is framed. Then the appropriate behavior is expression of social behaviors, or whether the animal is in a positive emotional state or in a negative emotional state, which is expressed. So when the animal tries to always attacks the intruders, it is in a negative emotional state. So whether it is showing a sort of positive attitude, but that means the caretaker is having a positive relationship with the animal. So whenever the intruder comes also, it tries to accommodate itself. That is the positive emotional states. Or sometimes if they are deprived of this feeding or any other irritable condition in the shed, again they may be going into the negative emotional state. So how these studies have come into picture? These some reports have been studied during the 1960s. So where they have given different definitions. Even the definitions of the welfare keeps on changing as the days advanced in this area of research. It's a wide welfare is a wide term that embraces both the physical and mental being of the animal. Any attempt to evaluate welfare, therefore, must be taken into account the scientific evidence the feelings of the animals that can be derived from their structure and the functions. So these they have framed certain rules. And another one more is in the Bramble report. A satisfactory growth or egg production rate is a reliable grade. So where they made the production as the criteria to assess the well-being of the animal or the welfare of the animal. The growth rate, the daily gain, average daily gain, or how the consistency is there during the growth period. These were the criteria that were taken. So first one was just shelter and the psychological comfort. The next one was connected to the productive ability of the animal and its welfare. And then the many condemned this Bramble report because they welfare of the animal should be where the animal is able to stand up, lie down, turn around, stretch their limbs, and groom all parts of the body. So these are the some where the animal is having all these comforts, then it is considered as a good welfare practice. Uh, then Professor Webster, in his report, the one committee was formed, and they are told freedom from thirst, hunger, or malnutrition, appropriate comfort and shelter, prevention or rapid diagnosis of treatment of injury and disease, freedom to display most normal patterns of behavior, and freedom from fear. So these were called as the welfare codes or the revised codes, which can be taken for the animal welfare. So then, gradually in 1993, these five freedoms were clearly framed. So first one is freedom from hunger, thirst, and malnutrition, freedom from thermal and physical discomfort, freedom from pain, injury, and disease, freedom to express normal behavior, freedom from fear and distress. So these five freedoms were framed, and it is still continuing. So here, what are the things we need for the first one? Freedom from hunger, thirst, and malnutrition, which covers the basic needs of food and drinking water. So here, food and drinking water, how it is going to be, whether the animal is not evincing its hunger or thirst by way of putting the tongue down like that, or uh, going down in condition. So going down in condition or a malnourished, physiological consequences of malnourishment is seen in the going down in condition of the animal. So this indirectly indicates that the freedom from hunger, thirst, and malnutrition is not taken care. Then freedom from thermal discomfort, that is whether they are properly housed, for the particular species, what type of environment is required, whether it is provided or not. So if inadequate housing is there, again it will be expressed in the form of physiological discomfort. That is, the animal may be going down in condition, or they may be easily prone to many other diseases or respiratory diseases like that. Then freedom from pain and injury, that is, and also disease is coming under this third freedom, because we are going to protect the animal by vaccination, or deworming the animal, or preventing anything that causes injury to the animal inside the shed. Then freedom to express normal behavior. This is recognizes the importance to perform specific behavior. The animal can turn around or move its tail, and lick its body around, or something like that. Or when they are happy in a mood, they will be going on licking other animals. That we can observe in many of the farms. Then freedom from fear and distress. So anything that creates a negative emotional status to the animal should be protected. This can be seen as a form of mental suffering which the animal expresses. So these five freedoms are very neatly framed now. So now let us see how we are going to accommodate these five freedoms by in detail for different species. If I say hunger, hunger is when the animal will be hungry when there is insufficient forage, or when there is insufficient space for the food to be provided. And feeding less, deliberately feeding less. So these also we can see when a farmer will be, when the animal is in a dry condition, or when it is not giving milk, they will have the tendency to feed less. But at that point of time, the animal may be pregnant, and it will be carrying its fetus in its womb. So then whether the dietary requirement is met out or not, or the future production is taken into mind, and the growing fetus is taken care, and that is how the nourishment has to be provided. What alternatives you are going to provide to meet out the nutritional requirement, which will meet out the demand of the physiological status of the animal. Then again, thirst, when it comes to how frequently you are going to give water to the animal. And again, different seasons of the year also, the water requirement varies. So how this issue is going to be addressed. Or whether you are going, when the green roughage is less and more dry roughage is there, the water needs may be also more. Pure drinking water has to be provided. Otherwise, when there is a green roughage is more quantity, 90% of water will be available from the fodder source. So when it is not there, definitely you should see that the animals are provided sufficient water as and when it is required. Then malnourishment. So whenever the animal is having deprived of its required feed and fodder, definitely it is expressed in the form of malnourishment, or the animal may look skin and bone, and or there may be the difference in their hair coat, which can be observed very clearly. Then freedom from thermal and physical discomfort. So here again, the different species kept under different type of environment, tropical animals or temperate animals, or the animals living in the desert type of climate. And again, within those species, whether they are pregnant, or whether they are lactating, or what state of metabolic process it is undergoing, again, the temperature and the stocking rate differs. So this is very obviously observed in case of where the commercial poultry systems, where more number of birds are accommodated and high stocking density is maintained, where the very high temperature is produced within the animal as well as the external environment. So how we are going to cope up with this? Then the physical discomfort, like you can see many times when the farmer is tying the animal continuously in a stone slab or type of environment, they may get knee or hock swellings and bruisings, or continuous rubbing on the hard surface will cause injury to the joints, because the animal is massive and it is lying in an uncomfortable floor. Then definitely it is seen. So as soon as we see, we have to take alternative measures to address these issues. Then pain, animal expresses its pain in the form of it makes some sound, or continuous irritable behavior they will be showing. So here there are so many things where when we were just putting a tag or a puncturing its ears or putting a branding, or these things may be useful for the managemental conditions, but the deliberate injury is caused may be short lived. But there are some procedures like tail shortening or docking, which is done to see that they meet the breed standards. So nowadays these standards have been removed. Unnecessary injury need not be caused to the animals. But sometimes we do neuter the pets so that they don't breed. But this is also acceptable whenever it is done under a supervision. Then natural cut wounds, injury may be in a form of cut wounds. When they go into grazing, they may tear the skin by thorns or some pointed objects. So how where from where they get the injury, how frequently this injury happens. So avoiding such places or providing a proper environment, then we can see the yogal conditions in the yoke region getting more wounded, and because of the overloading or making the animal to work for longer hours than it is possible. So these things, and protection of animals from the predators, usually we find the dogs, rats and the snakes which enter and they may harm the animals. So how we are going to control all these predators? So these type of injuries, or you can see the rats entering the cattle shed and they will be biting the hoofs or the teeth tips or the vaginal areas. Many times we come across. So how you are going to avoid these predators entering into the shed? That is very important. Then the disease control is of late, it is where whichever disease which are already having vaccination or endemic in that particular area, they have to be compulsorily vaccinated. And ensuring proper biosecurity measures is very important. That is providing a foot bath or frequent spraying around the areas, or vector control. So these are all the measures which can be taken to prevent the spread of the diseases. Then freedom to express normal behavior. So whether the animals are like a pet dog put into exercise whenever it is required, a tall breed or a hound like breed which requires a lot of running and exercise, the sufficient space should be provided so that they can have the normal behavior. Then freedom from fear and distress. So you can see animal handlers who are loud and aggressive or incompetent tend to treat the animals without due care and attention, which will create a negative attitude in these animals. We very often see come across such animal attenders in our farm who may have some other reason for their aggressive behavior, and all that will be showed on the animals, and that the animal becomes aggressive. So they show a negative attitude. So how we are going to cope up with these conditions? Because these and many times we can see native breeds which require live in a social group, they don't like isolation. Unlike a crossbred animal, only one cow can be tied and it can be kept. But whereas these native animals are found to live in a social group. So again, this varies according to the different kind of animals that are used.
Diploma है.
Separation of mothers and their offsprings that occur at weaning, especially if weaning occurs at much earlier age than natural weaning. So this we can see in case of dog breeders who tries to sell the animal before the natural weaning process happened, and this is very harmful to the animal as well as the pup which is being taken by the another owner. So this animal bonding should be given sufficient care when we take care of these animals. And again, the mutually dominant and aggressive animals in the herd can also become a trouble for the owners. So here we have to separate different age groups and different herd mates born in a different part of the year together as one group, so that they don't fight each other. And new entered animals should give sufficient time so that they get adjusted to the existing animal herds. Then
तिला सांग ना मला काय. हा.
somebody is talking.
Hemant, Mr. Hemant, please
Stop
mute yourself.
mute yourself. Balanced feed versus animal welfare. So here what happens, the feed, the nutrition or the nourishment given, the animal behavior, all these three are interconnected in some way or another. So how much feed and how much quantity we are going to feed and what quality of the feed matters for each and every species is to be taken care. So what happens again, these agricultural byproducts like the straw or the stovers or seasonal available materials. So how you are going to cope up one with the other when it is not available. So then the cereal crop residues like the coarse grains, sorghum, millets, these things, no, when you harvest, after the harvest you are feeding the leaves, or you are just cutting the grass like the maize before it flowers and then making it as a straw and feeding. So how you are going to feed these animals, whether they are going to have their voluntary intake when they are feeding. So these things are very well documented, and new year alternative feed are also coming into the pipeline of these feed and fodder. So how best we are going to use all these to meet out the balanced nourishment. So what we see here is the normally the cows spend 8 to 10 hours grazing per day, and the horses graze 50 to 80% of the 24-hour period. The sheep graze for the 15 hours per day. So here, whether your managemental conditions in the farm are going to meet out the natural requirement, and in the grazing area, whether what type of fodder they are going to get. And this can be seen based on the body condition scoring and how far do they walk to drink the water. So in many places we have to provide water so that at a short distance they get immediately the water needs. So these during the 8 to 10 hours of grazing, the water ponds or provision of artificial water sources will help the animal to cope up. Then access to feed. So that we say in a poultry farm, alternatively you keep the feed trough and the water trough, so that as whenever they want to drink water, and then whenever they want to feed on the grains, they will be able to do it. But in case of pigs and cattle, we are going to provide ad libitum feed. And in addition, some in one of the Goshala when we visited, we found that they were going on keeping all the age groups in one shelter, and they were feeding. So whichever animal was overpowering or having the dominant nature was going on feeding, and whichever animal was weak or a smaller one were deprived of the nourishment. So then we gave a suggestion that you have to separate them according to the age group and give them the suitable nourishment, or make some smaller compartments so that all will have the access to the available feed and fodder. So these are simple measures which we can take up. That is, we can see the dominance hierarchy when you are going to feed them in the herd. Then providing ad libitum feeding 2 or more times in the day allows the animals more unrestricted access. And this is one of the picture where the goats are fed with the milk. They are weaned from the mother, but still they are provided with a feeding bottle with a nipple so that it mimics that as if it is feeding instead of feeding from the pail. This is just the phase when the animal are just weaned out from the mother, and they are slowly introduced to the pail method of feeding. At that point of time, the farmer practices this method of making the animal comfort, so that it's a growing phase where he cannot lose the animals gaining weight, or it is deprived of the milk protein. So these are some of the methods which we can adopt. Then assessment, how we are going to assess whether the animal is hungry or not, by simple weighing before feeding and after feeding, body condition scoring, then behavior of the animal when how it expresses its eagerness to feed, and the distance they have to grow for grazing, distance are willing to travel to feed, and the physiological indicators like the blood picture, the hemoglobin or the blood counts. All these will help us to assess whether the animal is in the hungry state or not. Description of each level of condition score for modern breeds of cattle. The individual spinal process or sharp, that is the body condition scoring, we'll see the backbone, the spinal process, whether it is projecting, whether it is the wings of the spinal cord is seen outside from a long distance, or it is covered with a fat cover around the portion of the tail head, and the fat cover around the tail head, whether it is in the mounded position, and the bone structure, whether it is prominently seen or covered, buried under the fatty tissue. So these are all very clearly described when by the body condition. I think the another teacher may be teaching about this body condition scoring, how you are going to judge. Then assessing the hunger by some of the behavioral studies, like you keep the feed in different places and see how the animal runs, how quick they run towards that, or whether they are comfortable with whatever you have fed already. So these are the simple tests to assess. Then another one is studying the blood glucose level for the different metabolic indicators to assess their physiological status. And then hunger specific issues, where you are going to access to feed is deliberately restricted, which we find in a different in a poultry farm. The restricted feeding is done in a stage where the animal, where the bird is not productive, or when and suddenly they create a thirst for the food, and then they give, so that the faster growth appetite occurs due to increased appetite and high feeding motivation. So here this table shows how much water is required for individual animal. Cow 60 liters, buffalo 65 to 70 liters, grower pigs 8 to 12 liters, pregnant sows 25 liters maximum, laying hen 0.5 liters. Like that, the measures goes for different species. So into so many number of animals, how many number of animals we are having, this is purely for drinking, apart from the washing uses of the animal. So the water consumption differs according to the atmospheric temperature and humidity. and whether the animal is dry, pregnant, or lactating, and what type of feed is given, whether a moist grass is given or a dry roughage is given, and how far do they walk to feed on the fodder, and whether in housed animals water consumption is associated with the feeding periods, like sometimes they feed during the night, they feed during the evening or the cooler part of the day. So animal require more water whenever the temperature is very high, and in cool weather they drink less normal water. So this the thirst can be assessed scientifically using the skin tent test, inspecting the mucous membrane, behavioral test, like you pinch of a skin is pulled and you find whether the water needs are met, or whether the pinching is remaining for some time. Then if you see the mucous membrane, the paleness of the mucous membrane, or the behavioral test, whether they need water, and welfare quality protocols. So these tests are scientifically done to assess. So the skin tent test, where you have to region of the skin, neck and the thorax, you pinch of a skin is pinched and it is released. Then inspecting the mucous membrane by detecting the gums and inside the nostrils to detect the dehydration, how much dryness is there. Then, in a malnourished condition, wasting, stunting, and underweight behavior are observed. Malnourishment can occur when the animals are not provided with the right quality of food to meet their specific needs. The requirement of the animals can vary during different life stages, whether it is lactating or whether it is pregnant, the water requirement varies and appropriately they have to be given. Then ad libitum feeding, as and when it needs, it should be have access, whether it is night or day. It should have the availability of the feed. Then hunger is associated with high motivation to seek food and eat, and the maintenance allowance is the allowance that is given for the animal to meet out the physiological needs. The restricted feeding, when the amount of food offered to an animal while still ensuring nutritional adequacy. Then cud chewing behavior we can see in the ruminants. Then the thirst, these are all the things these are enlisted for you to prepare for the exams. Then freedom from thermal and physical discomfort. Physical discomfort, you can see the bedding material should be comfortable, to lie non-abrasive, non-slippery, highly absorbent, and have low levels of mold or bacterial contamination. So this is one of the knee drop test, is that is whether the person's the human being standing on the bedding material is able to kneel down automatic on the bed that is provided, or he is able to maintain the balance on the bedding material. So then we ascertain that the animal also can have a comfortable bedding, and different bedding materials are used for different species. The straws, sawdust, wood shavings, shredded paper, like in case of laboratory animals we use. Then straw is used, spread, and wood sawdust can be spread across, but there should not be any abrasive material in the wood shavings that are spread across. And alternatives like the ready-made rubber mats or mattresses are used on a concrete flooring, when so that the animal doesn't slip and fall. Then thermal temperature, thermal comfort. Thermal comfort is it is like lower critical temperature and upper critical temperature is prescribed for a different species, and whether that temperature is maintained inside the shed, so that the animal will have a normal behavioral pattern. So here one we see seeking shade or areas with a breeze to facilitate evaporative cooling, like pigs wallowing in the mud or in the water pool. So how much in a chicken, how much time they spent on standing and walking, and or going and sleeping in one corner if it is very cool. Then how much water they are consuming, and physiological measures like panting and sweating. So these are all the indicators to show whether that is you when the animal behaves with panting and other things. You can hang the wetted cloths or gunny bags on the around the shed so that the panting reduces. So these are all the alternative measures we should see take care when we have when we observe the animal with the abnormal behavior. So in a very cool area, they may go for a warmer sheltered areas. Then turning heads away, all the birds turning their heads in a different direction, showing that the wind is blowing and it is harming that huddling behavior, grouping to one another, where the to reduce heat loss or they feel the chill. Then physiological mechanisms include the piloerection, raising the hairs, uh, and then shivering, showing the action of shivering when it is very cool. So these observing these behavioral changes, we have to alter and take care of the animal. So here one picture is given to show the cold stress and the heat stress, and the A, B, C, D, where the thermoneutral zone, cool, optimum, and warm. So this the region where if the animal evinces heat stress, you have to see that it is brought into this zone, or if it is showing colder stress, then again the temperature has to be increased inside the shell so that they are brought into the thermoneutral zone. So in both the extremes, whether it is high heat stress or high cold stress, you can find the death of the animal. So if it is a larger flock, the behavior of the animal due to extremes of heat and cold can be observed in the form of a number of mortality due to heat. Then the relationship between temperature and relative humidity. So here you can see where the mild distress 75 to 83, moderate distress. So in this region, that is the temperature is around 35 degrees Celsius and the humidity around 60 to 70, or this portion where the animal is experiencing less distress. So this temperature humidity index can also be taken as a criteria. Then physical and lying comfort. So how much dry is the area, whether it is devoid of the feces and the dirt, or there is sufficient bedding material, and there is no the soiling of the animal's body is less when it is completely dry, and then significant contamination with the feces, that is more number of feces adhering to the bedding material or to the animal's body surface may be taken as a indication that proper dry or dryness or dampness is varying. That is why the animal is having a soiled coat. And very wet flooring also will give a soiled coat. So scoring systems for different injuries: zero, no lesions, mild discoloration of the foot pad, superficial lesions, dark papilla and hyperkeratosis. Then severe lesion, epidermis is affected, ulcers or scabs, sign of hemorrhages or swollen foot pads. So these are all the different indicators and different pains, different types of pain, that is pain on the skin, that is somatic pain, visceral pain, pain inside the organs, usually like the colic expressed in case of larger animals. Then non-inceptive pain, tissue damages, neuropathic pain, only a particular region experiencing pain. Then acute pain may make the animal to cry, or the animal will be making distress calls. Then chronic pain evinced by lifting its leg or tail or biting its tail. These are all some behavior we can observe. a direct injury from environment or an intentional injuries. No, we do this tail docking, castration, dehorning, or depicking as a managemental measure. So when we are doing this, also proper care has to be taken. Like if you are doing debeaking, whether you are going to provide a soft food for the birds, because the wound has to heal after debeaking, like that. Then before the vaccination and after the vaccination, what care you are going to give to overcome the vaccination stress. Then simple descriptive, this sometimes no, the pains are express when there is a skin wound, or when the wound is in the process of healing, we can test how much pain the animal is evincing based on observation and by touching the region, and then you are going to assess the level of pain. Then assessing sickness behavior, whenever the animal is sick, how they are going to have reduced activity, increased sleep, going on sleeping for many hours, no feed and fodder provided will not be taken, reduced social interaction, reduced exploration, and reduced grooming, and increased fearfulness. Sometimes irritable syndromes are also expressed when the animal is sick. So, observing these behavioral changes, we can ascertain whether the animal is sick or not. So, how you are going to do this? By suppressing the pain, suppressing the occurrence of the disease, suppressing the injuries, or substitute. So how you are going to substitute when it is having a knee injury or knee bone, then you say you give a proper bedding material, and then you are going to give some medication to overcome that pain. So these are all suppress, substitute, and soothe, are made to overcome the pain. Then freedom to express normal behavior is that animal should be able to perform normal behaviors for its species, normal standing and lying movement, normal social behavior, play, grooming, and any species specific responses. So this normal behavior are always interconnected, or the psychological status of the animal is interconnected to the physical states, like the provision of the food, fodder, water, and sufficient aeration inside the shed, ventilation inside the shed, and how much space do they have to freely move around. So then, what are all those prescribed as normal behavior? That is Marek Spinka, one person, a researcher, defines those behavioral elements and their sequences that are adaptive, that are either during the evolution of the species or during its domestication, in order to increase the fitness of the behaving animal. So here you can see, for example, wallowing behavior is a natural behavior seen in the pigs. So you are providing a wallowing tank so that the pig will enjoy its natural behavior. Then when we are housing the animals, we are taking care of the space, the resources, and the social composition. Whether the animal has to be kept individually, whether they have to be kept as a flock, and what material we are going to use for providing this housing, and how much space you are going to provide for different kind of animals. Then freedom from fear and distress. So fear is an emotional state induced by perception of any actual danger that threatens the well-being of the individual. So fear in animals is assessed for two main reasons: animal models for basic sciences and translation, and animal welfare assessment. So here the behavioral is behavioral, autonomic, and actual subjective experience in the form of feeling expressed. So I think with this we will stop with today's class. That is the all the five freedoms we have discussed. Once again, I will go to that particular slide. So this one, freedom from thirst, hunger, and malnutrition, appropriate comfort and shelter, prevention of disease injury, freedom to display most normal patterns, and freedom from fear. So these five freedoms are one of the welfare measure which has to be taken care. So we have discussed all these five, how we are going to see that whenever, and all these are again interconnected with the behavioral pattern of these animals on the mental status. So I think we will stop with this for today's class. If you have any doubts, you can ask me in this topic.
Madam, in that five domains,
Yes,
yeah, in that five domains, that fourth domain that is behavior, and
yes,
then fifth domain that mental
fear,
health.
fear.
So what is difference between that behavior and mental health?
Yes. Then see, the normal pattern of behavior is like when each species, if I take one species like the sheep, so its normal behavior is it has to walk around and it has to graze. Okay. But when it is grazing, when a sudden intruder or a predator is going to attack that animal, so immediately it's expressing its fear, is it not? Like that, each species, the freedom, the normal pattern behavior, which is one is for feeding, one is for how they socialize within their species, and how they are going to interact different age groups in that particular species. So that varies for different species. That is a standard behavior. Okay. Then freedom from fear is that when something happens, unusual happens, a sudden noise, a sudden cracker burst, so then how they behave, they go and cuddle together, or they run away from the place where the sound is coming. These are all the that is, it is what you asked is the fear, normal behavior, abnormal behavior, and abnormal behavior when there is a sort of fear causing. Okay. And in the normal behavior, what happens when the animal is normally taken care of all its feeding, shelter, and all the things, they will be comfortable. When suddenly, if you are going to deprive of one type of nourishment to it, or you are going to create a darker environment in the shed like that, so then the animal will not see the daylight at all. Something happens like that. So then they will start behaving abnormally. So this is how it is. So the we should not see that they are kept in a natural environment. Okay, I think I am clear with you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anybody else have any doubt, or we will end today's session? We'll meet
No,
next.
ma'am. No, ma'am, no doubt.
Okay, thank you so much for listening to my class, and I think these videos will be shared.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, welcome, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam, are there 4 domains or 5 domains? Is it 5 domains? I think it is
Five,
four.
five domains.
Five freedoms, 4 domains.
4 domains. The fifth domain here, I have shown that, no? The fifth domain is interdependent.
Okay.
That is interdependent on the rest of the 4.
Okay.
I think in one of the slide I have shown. I will try to make all the presentations as PDF and I will post it in the
Yeah.
group. I
That will
think
be
I
nice.
have not shared. Today I will do it so that
Fine.
all the
Thank you,
sessions
ma'am.
you can have, even if you don't have the videos, you can have the PPTs. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank
Please,
you.
all of you, please join 2 p.m. today at Patil sir's class. Thank you, madam. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್? ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್. ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ನಿಮ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ
Sir, Suresh Patel, sir, your voice is not hearing.
ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಮೈಕು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಮೈಕು ಹಲೋ.
Hello, sir.
ಸರ್ ಮೈಕು ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಮೊಬೈಲಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿ. ಹಲೋ.
Sir, voice is not clear.
We can't hear you, sir.
Suresh,
Sir,
sir,
voice is
your
not
voice
clear,
is
sir.
not hearing.
No, even I can't hear.
Oh, shit. There is some technical issue, please, sir. Suresh, sir, voice is not hearing.
Sir, voice is not hearing, sir.
Okay, sir.
I don't think so.
It was little bit audible, but it is less. Still, it is very less.
Voice is coming, sir, but it is not up to the this thing, or it is now somewhat clear.
Yeah, it is coming now. Earlier it was not coming. Now it is coming, but it is less.
Let me go with the presentation, sir. If any problem is there, you can tell me. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So, previous classes we have gone through the Indian laws that has been prevalent and how this history of the Indian laws regarding animal welfare were being framed and they were being executed. Last previous class we have gone through the Wildlife Protection Act in detail, and today we will go with the veterinary jurisprudence. How most of them who are brought from the background of the law are those who are not aware of the laws. So it is a quick reference for all those things. Indian legal system is largely based on the British common hierarchy system, which has been followed by Supreme Court and High Court, and subsequent courts have been. So mostly our legal system is primarily it's based on the British common law that has been there, because earlier we were ruled by the Britishers. So that system, some of them are reflected.
Sorry, sir. Voice is audible, but please go to on that presentation mode.
Presentation mode. Sir?
Yeah, that presentation, PowerPoint presentation, the slideshow mode. It was visible, sir. It was visible, but it was not on the slideshow mode. Now it is not visible.
Now it is visible.
It is visible. Just click on that slideshow mode. It is.
ಟೂಲ್ ಬಾರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೋ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೋ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ.
ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೋ.
Participant, can you now it is okay?
Sir, now it is okay, but what happens? Slides are not changing. So what he needs to do go on.
Yeah, is it okay now?
Yes, sir, but last time it happened that what happened after 3-4 slides only it was changing, because he is not on that slideshow mode. He is on that other mode. That's why there is a option there downside there for slideshow or presentation mode.
But the slide
Both options.
but is visible, no? That can be visible.
Yeah,
no, the slide.
Yeah, it is visible.
Visible, sir.
Then what is the problem? I'm also seeing it in mobile. See, even in mobile, it's showing very clearly the words and all.
Yes, sir. Last time what happened that it was not changing. Only after 3-4 slides only it was changing. But if it is comfortable to you, it go ahead, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yeah. Sir, continue, sir. Please continue. Continue, my sir.
Now you can see, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, primarily, what is the present hierarchy of the Indian judiciary is that India, we have got the Supreme Court of India, which is the highest court, followed by subsequent high courts in their respective states, then followed by the lower courts in every district. They are primarily the civil courts, criminal courts, and the revenue courts. The broadly Supreme Court, High Court, and the district courts. These are the main courts that are being followed in the each and every state. So the Supreme Court is the highest court of in the country. It has powers of superintendence of all over the India, and whatever the law that has been declared by the Supreme Courts becomes the law of the country, and it is the binding on all the courts and the tribunals. So that means that whatever the judgment that comes in Supreme Court, that becomes the law of the nation. And even the Supreme Court judgments can also be appealed. So if a single bench of Supreme Court judge is been given, it can be appealed in a double bench, some 3 tribunal, 4 tribunal. So that means, but once it is been heard by more than 4 or 5 sittings of judge, that cannot be again reappealed. So that means Supreme Court judgments are the final judgments. Then High Court. High Court is the second highest judicial level at the state level. It has got full control over the state judicial institutes, and it has got the authority of hearing the appeals against the judgment passed by the lower courts. It has got the power of appointing and transfer of the subordinate judge and judicial while executing the magistrate that are been appointed by the state government. So now broadly, when we were discussing about the things, is that these courts, you can see that the district courts will be there. So district courts means they will be of the first class magistrate, the second class magistrate, or the then another revenue courts will consisting of the commissioner, tahsildar and assistant tahsildar courts. So here primarily all the courts will be divided into 2 aspects, that is civil courts, here in which the civil matters are being primarily dealt with, like civil matters related to the individual claims of monetary transactions like property, land, tenancy, compensation for wrongdoing to the people or property, and matrimonial disputes. They are all taken up in the civil courts. Whereas in the criminal courts, it deals with the individual accused of committing crimes, guilty, or any criminal cases, or engaged in any kind of judicial proceedings that are being dealt with when related to crimes against the animals. So that means civil courts and criminal courts. These are the basic courts one should always remember. So here the civil courts are of these, they primarily deal with the civil matters. There are criminal courts, the session court, chief metropolitan court, metropolitan magistrate courts will be there in the metropolitan cities. Whereas in the district, there will be district court, sub court, that is senior civil judge court, principal junior civil judge court, and district munif or junior civil judge court will be there. As far as the criminal things are concerned, session court, judicial magistrate first class, judicial magistrate second class. So these are the basic skeleton what one should remember. Supreme Court followed by high courts at the state level, and in district levels there will be a court. Primarily the broader classification will be civil courts and criminal courts, and from that civil courts and criminal courts, different bifurcation of as per the district, tahsil, and these things, they are being differentiated into first class judiciary magistrate, second class, like this. So primarily whatever the crimes that are being dealt with the animals, they usually come up in the smaller courts. So that is the class, the judicial magistrate courts. So chief judicial magistrate. So there are different types of magistrate. So primarily there will be 2 types. First is the judicial magistrate. Under the judicial magistrate, the chief judicial magistrate, additional chief judicial magistrate, magistrate of the first class, judicial magistrate of the second class, then the subdivisional judicial magistrate, special judicial magistrate, chief metropolitan magistrate, additional chief metropolitan magistrate, and special metropolitan. These all are coming under the judicial magistrate, depending upon the geographic location, depending upon the workload. These are being bifurcated. Now another is the executive magistrate. Second thing is the executive magistrate. Here district magistrate is additional district magistrate, special executive magistrate. See, this chief judicial magistrate is there for the general control in every district, and chief metropolitan magistrate is there in the metropolitan areas. both of them are been appointed by the High Court, and the High Court may also appoint a special judicial magistrate or a special metropolitan magistrate for a term not exceeding 1 year, depending upon again the availability or the enquiries. They may appoint, but it will not exceed for 1 year. Then judicial magistrate of first class, where it is in charge of the subdivisional, in between a subdivisional magistrate. So now, once we know all those things, what are the sentences in which the High Court and Session Court may pass? The one must always remember that there is a hierarchy in the system. First, we have to go to the district court, then we have to go to the upper courts, then to the High Court, and finally to the Supreme Court. Here in the High Court may pass any sentence authorized by the law. It is that they can pass any death sentence, or they can uphold any death sentence passed by such judge. Then the assistant session judge, they may pass a sentence, a death or imprisonment for life not exceeding 10 years. So these are the final some kind of restrictions regarding those courts. Now, the Chief Judicial Magistrate Court may pass any sentence except death sentence or imprisonment of life. That means they are the judicial magistrate can maximum punishment he can give is imprisonment for a term exceeding 7 years. Then the Court of Judicial Magistrate of first class may pass a sentence of imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years or a fine not exceeding 5,000 rupees or both. Then the Court of the Judicial Magistrate of the second class may pass a sentence of imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year or a fine not exceeding 1,000 rupees or both. So that means in the court there is a fine up to 5,000 rupees or 1,000, depending upon first class or second class it is there. Now let us understand some of the terminology that are being coming in the judicial procedures. That is summons, or it is a written form of command in the which is a court language. That means it is a legal authority to command or somebody. It's an order to attend the court, or it is a document which is compelling an attendance of a witness in a court of law. When summon is served, one must do it, accept it, and one must come and given whatever the evidence or produce the documents. Sometimes some people, they don't accept the summons, they do the non-compliances, especially in the civil cases. Then they may render him for any kind of damages. But as in same criminal cases, if the summons are been issued and he is not following it, then there is a fine or imprisonment for not attending or obeying the summons. Oath. Another thing is that oath includes a solemn affirmation under which a declaration is to be given by the person before a public servant in the witness box. So generally you can see that the witnesses are recorded by the judge. So under the oath they will tell, I solemnly swear by Almighty God and affirm that the evidence which I shall give to the court shall be truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So depending upon their God, they may take the oath. It may be on the Bible, it may be on Quran, or it may be on Bhagavad Gita. So they will take the oath, and then only your evidence is recorded by the judge. What do you mean by perjury? It means a false swearing. It is a willfully falsehood under the oath. If somebody takes an oath and falsely, if he gives oath, then he gives some wrong, what do you call that, false oath, or he tells lie in the court after taking oath, then there is likely to be prosecuted under the section 193 of the Indian Penal Code. Then evidence. Evidence is a witness which the court permits or required to make before in relation to the matter, because in any kind of investigation or inquiry, evidence is important. In court, everything goes by the evidence. So two types of evidence are there. Oral evidence is an evidence of witness who can see, hear, or precise an event. Oral evidence is more important than the documentary evidence. Therefore, a person has to prove an oath or affirmation, the documents evidence supplied by him to the court. Then the documentary evidence, all the documentary produced for the inspection of the court, they include the certificates, metrolegal reports, examination of the exhibits and electronic records. So these are the primarily important things. As the documents, they can be produced in the court of law. The certificates, usually the certificates are the simplest form of evidence. As far as veterinary is concerned, veterinary soundness certificate, then the veterinarian, some of the certificate should be given by a qualified veterinarian who is registered under the respective state veterinary council or under the Indian Veterinary Council Act. So that means his degree should be from a valid recognized college only, and he can give. A veterinarian should not give this certificate lightly or carelessly. That means they are unknowingly or very carelessly, if they are giving the certificates, then then in that sense, if they are issuing some false certificates, or they are oversightingly they are giving some certificates, then that is going to impact the evidence of the cases. So examples are the death certificate, that it should include the cause of the death and identification of the animal. So whatever the post-mortem is been done or the cause of the death of the animal is the same, should be identified. Then the certificate should be given promptly. Only after seeing that the animal, the fitness certificate should be given. Only after seeing the dead animal, the post-mortem should be given. And only whatever the correct things are there, that should be given. So that's why certificate is there. Issuing of certificate, ensure that the proper identification of the animal is there. Carefully recording the health status of the animal should be there. Then we should be seeing that the whatever the things that are written in the certificate should be of the correct one. False certificate is punishable under the section 197 of the Indian Penal Code. Now coming to the veterilegal reports, the documents prepared by veterinarian in the obedience to the demand by an authorized police officer or a magistrate refers to chiefly in the criminal cases. These reports may be admitted as exhibits in the evidence and may form the chief documents in the judicial inquiry. That means utmost care should be exercised in preparing them. So whatever the legal things are there, you being an expert, that should be promptly and very as correctly it should be mentioned, it should be given. Then another things are there as to exhibition of the exhibits. Here, most of the time, whatever the crimes has been done there, it has been carefully, we have to examine the identification of the articles, weapons. Then these weapons should be properly identified, they should be labeled, and they should be returned to the police officer, or they should be given to the magistrate in a sealed cover. The articles, sometimes they can be sent to the chemical examiner, or they should be kept in the custody of the veterinary officer. But nowadays, most of the veterinary officers, they will try to give it back to the police officers only. Now at the electronic, nowadays, now the modern era is there. We are living in the 21st century. In 21st century, now recent Supreme Court judgments and High Court judgments have said that electronic records, any information contained in an electronic record, which is printed on a paper, stored or recorded in an optical or magnetic media produced by the computer, shall be deemed also as a documents. So that means electronic records is acceptable in court, but in some cases, because of some kind of forgery or manipulation, it is a questionable thing. So most of the time, sometimes it is also not there. Now coming to the another thing is the witness. Primarily two types of witness is there: common witness and expert witness. So common witness is the person who precise by himself, or whose any mental condition is very conscious, and the fact is that whatever the relevant things are being known to him, he will tell those things in fact. An expert witness means a person who is having a professional knowledge or training, is capable of using his professional knowledge, and basis on that interference from the fact, then that opinion can be given. That means that person may be expert in any kind of science expert, medical legal expert, forensic expert, or any kind of the opinion that has been produced. So that means now coming to the another thing is that veterinary expert is witness is what? Here, whatever the veterinary doctor who is giving the witness is both. He is a common as well as expert. Common in the sense that he gives evidence as the regards to the injury, that what is the size of the injury, what is the variety of the injury, and where is the position of the injury. But as an expert, when he gives that, he will try to know the nature of the injury, what caused this injury, whether it was during his life or after the death, the injury was there, whether it was the injury has happened due to accidental or natural, so on. So that means a veterinary doctor is always a both common as well as expert witness. Then these are some of the court procedures, how in court it will be going. First of all, the examination in chief will be there. I'm not going in much of the details regarding all those things, only few points, because as whenever we are dealing with most of the laws, little bit of knowledge of the basic things about the law one should know. That's why I'm going fastly regarding all those things. First is the examination in chief. Wherever the person is called by witness to the party, in the government prosecution cases, the prosecuting inspector as a rule first should examine the witness to elect the principal facts concerning the case. And if the witness is summoned by a private party, then that he should be first pleaded by the pleader of that party. And leading questions are not allowed regarding such kind of case. That means the evidence recording, the first and foremost is that government cases, you are going as a witness, then the things will be that they will be witness will be as per the principal facts. But if you are going as a private party, then there more things will be there. If you have not understood, let us examine with a small example. I can understand you. It is that if a person strike X or a strike Y with a stick, the proper form of question in the assault is when did this incident occur? Where were you at that time? What did you notice? In that case, the witness will narrate the whole incidents of a person X striking Y as he saw it. So that's how this witnesses goes. Now cross-examination. Another is after the examination, one will go for the cross-examination. So this cross-examination is usually in this examination, leading questions are permissible. That means any question suggesting the answer which the person putting its wish is called as a leading questions. That means leading questions are not asked as an examination in chief or in re-examination, except with the permission of the court and witness to be very cautious in answering them. So cross-examination has to be taken the permission of the court. The witness has to be cross-examination, and so he should not be attempt to answer the questions unless he clearly and completely understand. Whatever the things what we see in nowadays court procedures, most of the time we see in the movies. In movie we can see that some of the court procedures, court drama, court cross-examination, we have most of the people are aware of the only seen in the movies or in television serials, etc. Here, one should always see that he should not be an attempt to answer the questions unless the person clearly understands. There is no time limit to cross-examination. And when a witness is cross-examination, he may ask any questions. Then the court may always forbid any questions also. They can say or they cannot. If it is causing any insult or annoying anybody, they can even overrule all those things. Then although the answer of such questions might tend to be directly or indirectly to instigate him, or it might expose or tend to directly or indirectly a penalty or forfeit will be there. Then re-examination. So here re-examination is the any misunderstanding occurred during the cross-examination, then re-examination will be there. So re-examination should be taken up further when there is a cross-examination is not up to the mark. Then witness should not introduce any new subject without the consent of the judge or opposing counsel. Suppose we can see that anything new thing has come on, first of all, that should be brought into the notice of the judge or to the opposite lawyer. Then based on that will be informed to the witness. It should become that so that they must be aware that what are the points that are to be discussed in the cross-examination. Then questions put by the judge. The judge may also put in questions regarding the proofs or relevant fact, or may answer any questions. It is not that only the opposite lawyer can ask the questions. It is the judge can also put, he can please in any form, anytime can ask any witness regarding the facts relevant to the case. So that means any documents, is there anything, whether entitled to make any objection for the questions or any kind of answers, or the cross-examination during, he can ask the questions. Then what are the rules of giving an evidence? In simply, always, if a person is called for a rules, most of the time, the people are scared to go to the court. They will say that we don't want to go to any police station. We don't want to go to court. So we want to keep away from the courts. That is the mentality. But it is not like that because they are get scared. So here there are simple rules or things for giving evidence. Always prepare the facts of the case before going to the court by reference of your original note. Consider the possible questions you may be asked. Whatever the likely questions that the opposite lawyer can be asked regarding that particular case. Always speak slowly and distinctly. Avoid technical terms as far as possible. Always try to use simple and plain language. Answer the brief to yes or no. And if you are not able to answer, you can straightway say that I cannot answer. Sometimes the cross-examination may put you a lot of questions and may irritate you. Do not lose your temper. The lawyers' attitudes are like that. They will try to put you so many questions during cross-examination. And also that you are supposed to express an opinion from your own knowledge and experience. That means the quotations from the book should be avoided. You cannot say that following things I have as per this XYZ book, page number so and so, paragraph so and so. This contents I have taken as per this. I have come to a conclusion. That should never be. It should be on your own opinion. Then another comes is the one veterinarian again another. Sometimes a veterinary doctor may have given the report. Sometimes a cross report has to be done. In some of these incidents, sometimes you may come across your own teacher or own senior or some reputed veterinarians. So we have to come and cross-examine. So in such cases also one should be polite. As per my knowledge, I have given this much. Like that, you have to give your evidence. Then notes in the court. Some notes meant to be quoted at the examination or immediately afterward by a veterinarian or direct himself say that they have to be prepared in such a way that a veterinarian who is constantly examining the veterinary cases, he cannot remember. He might have given the cases post-mortem examination frequently. Sometimes he may not remember and exactly what has happened. Sometimes the case may come after 1 year, 6 months, 2 years. So he may not understand. He may not be able to remember. And in that sense, a veterinarian should always write it in his notes regarding what was the case, details of that case, what was the position of the wounds, and when such things has been happened. And it is always advisable to keep those notes with you till that case is disposed of. Now coming to the another very important aspect, legal procedures. Now up till now we have seen the court procedures. Now let's go with the legal procedures. What are the common offenses against animal regarding how and whom to report the cruelty to animal? What are the legal procedures and rights to be followed? What are the common legal violations of animal welfare laws? What is the role of police and other enforcement agencies in implementing animal welfare laws and role of veterinarians in the veterinary cases? How to file an FRI? What are the judicial procedures of Indian Penal Code provisions and functions of the court? What is the difference between FRI and a complaint? How to seize and maintain diseased animal? So these are the basic important questions that will be as an animal welfare officer or a veterinarian or a common man will come to know. So let us go one by one. First, we will go with the common offenses against animal. What are the common offenses against the animals? The common offenses against animal can be broadly classified into 4 types. First is mischief, maiming, bestiality, and cruelty. So these are the 4 things. First is mischief. Mischief means a person who is killing, poisoning, or maiming the animal. That is, poisoning is the commonest method of mischievous killing. Sometimes some of the persons, they don't like the animals, they may kill it, they may put poison to the street dogs, they may put poisons to the pigs, or sometimes due to rivalry, they may kill the even cattle also. They may poison the monkeys because of the venoms, so many things. So these all mischiefs are punishable under the section 428 and 429 of the Indian Penal Code. Then maiming. Maiming means making an animal permanently useless by the use of violence. That means this happens whenever, see, in India, most of the time this maiming is happening where some of the owners, they notice that frequently the animal is coming to their field and it is damaging the crops, or some animals are coming into their own property and creating nuisance. So the common things what the maiming or hurting of the animals they render are the injury to the udder in case of milch animal, fracture of bone cutting of tendons of both legs and necks, and then punctured wound. That means they will put some axe or they will put some kind of injury. Then tearing of the vagina or rectum by introducing a sharp or blunt object. So these are the common. Apart from that, other ways are also been there broadly, but in the Indian scenario, these are the main things that are coming across as far as maiming is concerned. Now another very brutal thing that is happening is it is so-called as what you called a crime against the mankind, the bestiality. It is what do you mean by bestiality? Bestiality, it is a carnal intercourse with animals against the order of the nature. That means a man is having carnal intercourse or sex with the animals. So usually this is happening because of the illiteracy, low sex ratio, mental abnormality, mental abnormal persons, and in some of the places it is because of some kind of the sexually transmitted diseases like gonorrhea. So that means superstitious, illiteracy, these are the common reasons. Still today, 1 or 2 isolated cases of bestiality we are coming across. Primarily, this happens in India. Scenario is that young villagers who go out for grazing animals, most of the time they commit this crime. They are in the jungles, they will be active. They are seeing nowadays most of the prawn videos, or they might do it with thrill, or sometimes they want to enjoy the sex, etc., etc. They will, most of the time the active agent is the human male, and the passive agent is the sheep, goat, donkey, mare, cow, or even hen. So like this the bestiality has been done. Bestiality is punishable under the Indian Penal Code section of 377. The factors to be considered if there is a bestiality is there, then how as a veterinarian or as a person one can identify, because it is most of the time such type of this horrendous crime is been done when no other person is there. An animal, as you all know, they cannot express their views, so they cannot give an evidence. So what are the factors to be considered while examining the bestiality? The genital parts of the animal for injury, for evidence of injury, then suspect of the mark injury caused by teeth, kicks, or the claws of the animal, because animal will resist. Animal will not try to accept what that the other fellow has been doing. So most of the time it will kick, it will bite, or it will claw. Then, and another thing is that whenever the animal is having sex, they will try to urinate or to do the feces. So the cloths of the suspect will, with the smell of the urine or feces of the animal, that is also considered for the suspect, this thing. Then surrounding of the hair of the animal for the presence of human spermatozoa, then presence of gonorrhea in the vagina of the animal is a sign of the bestiality. Then coming to the another aspect, the fourth aspect is the cruelty. So it is cruelty means lot of so many things are there. That includes overloading of the animals with the cartage and everything. Then putting the diseased animal for work, starving the animals, keeping the animal for starvation, then injecting the oxytocin or hormones to get more milk, that too by an unauthorized person, and not just to get the milk, not for any kind of medical purposes. So puka injecting, that is in the previous class I have told you that going through the windpipe of the vagina so that the milk yield can be increased. So these are all amounts to cruelty, and the cruelty is punishable under the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1960. So now, once you know that these are the 4 types of the primarily broadly committed crimes in animals, then whom and how to report the crime? First of all, you can go to a NGOs, that is Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animal, SPCA, or the Animal Welfare organizations. Then they are basically the NGOs, but they cannot enforce the law. So that means you have to keep in touch with an animal activities. Nowadays they are doing excellent work all over the country. So these people they are primarily dealing with filing the complaints and bringing such kind of the cruelty or crimes against the animals to the media, to the legal cells, and they are intervening in every possible way. So that means, so in such cases you can take the help of this local SPCA, You can go to the animal welfare organization people, or you can go to the animal hospital and you can contact them and you can report the cruelty to the animals. And if there is a cruelty has been done, you can go to the veterinary hospital and give relief to the suffering animal. Then another aspect is that as per the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1960, here one can under the section 11 or section 12 of the Prevention Cruelty Act, the police help can be extended by the staff of the SPCA or the ordinary citizens, and they can file a complaint or FRI against the incidents. Or if the police, they don't listen to a complaint or they don't give adhere to a complaint, then you can directly contact the magistrate with a written complaint. One can also load a complaint against under the section 428 and 429 of the Indian Penal Code, under which mischief or killing or maiming an amount to an offense. And under this law, if it has been found that the culprit is done this kind of offense, then he can be imprisonment up to 5 years or a fine is there. Then what is it? IPC section 428 and 429. Let us understand in the IPC section 428, where most of the crimes are being loaded as far as the animal cruelties are concerned. Here, mischief or killing of or maiming of the animal, value of 10 rupees means the animal that is having very less value, 10 rupees. Nowadays, it has to be amended. Very sorry to say, 10 rupees is nowadays the value of the money is nothing. Whoever commits mischief by killing, poisoning, maiming, or rendering useless any animals, value of 10 rupees or upward shall be punished with an imprisonment for a term which may be extended to 2 years or with a fine of both. That means a punishment of 2 years is there, value of which 10 or onwards. Under the IPC section 429, mischief by killing or maiming the cattle of any value or any annual value of 50 rupees. Such commits, a person who commits killing the or poisoning the animals like camel, horse, mule, buffalo, bull, elephant, cow, ox, whose value is more than 50 rupees or upward, then there is a imprisonment for a term which may extend to 5 years or fine with both. Then what amounts to the cruelty to the animals? So under the section 11, under the section 12, section 11(1)(a), section A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H up to O, the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1960, here it has described the different forms of cruelty. For example, the donkey loaded with 35 kg of weight at a time. And if in a truck, 4 bullocks are being, more than 2 animals, 4 bullocks are being kept overloading. Then if 40 to 50 sheep are being overloaded. So that means they all are amounts to the cruelty. So the maximum load that has been carried out by the packed animal or the small animals are bullock 100 kg, medium animal 150 kg, large bullocks 175 kg, pony 70 kg, mule 200 kg, donkey 50 kg, and camel 250 kilos. These are the standard minimum. So the maximum load they can take. Over and above, if you take all those things, then that amounts to cruelty. So then documentation is a key factor. Once you give their complaint, the fact and precision should be observed to the crime. Give the exact precise date, time, location, and photographic evidence of the crime. If you are advised to keep all the records in the office, if you are interacting, do not listen if there is if the concerned person is not listened to your complaint, then you can go to the next. That means the next level in the hierarchy. If the car not below the rank of police inspector has not taken, you can go to the DYSP, SP, or to the magistrate level. So like that you can go. If the animal are fighting, then getting a veterinary certificate for the animal in consideration is also a very good documentary and supporting evidence that the animal injury has been there. But one thing always one should remember, that while reporting the animal cruelty, following things one should always see. First of all, what is the physical condition of the animal, whether the animal was weak or the animal, what is the present condition, whether the animal rootedly this thing. Then signs of animal cruelty. How much cruelty has been done to the animal, whether it is permanently or any kind of this. Then cruelty during their, whether this kind of cruelty was done to the animals during the practice session or when the animals were put for any kind of rigorous training. Then if that is put in while in housing, crowded housing, it is done. Example like cages, overcrowding of the animals, because of that thing cruelty has been done. Overcrowding. Then mode of transportation, where during transportation not precautions have been taken, sanitization and hygiene. So these are all points to be one should look while reporting the animal cruelty. Then always stand up, speak up against the injustice. Indian Constitution under the Article 51AG, it is given every fundamental right for every citizen to have the compassion for all living creatures. So that means any kind of the atrocities on the animals have been done, like the animals have been subjected to some kind of cosmetic trainings, then illegal slaughterhouse, holding cockfights, then the all other kinds of any kind of the injustice have been done to the animals, as they are the mute, speechless animals. So as an individual, one should always take this battle and always try to stand up, speak up against the injustice done to the animal. So the Indian Constitution under the Article 51A has given this fundamental duty as a fundamental right for every citizen of this country. Then role of police and filing the FIR report. What is an FIR? So many people are knowing technically, they doesn't know what is the FIR. FIR is then technically referred to the information on the commission of basis of an offense given to the police officer by the first informant. In other words, it is basically a complaint documents that sets the provisions of the criminal law in motion. To begin with, it is always important to primarily understand difference between cognizable and non-cognizable offense. Always FIR is a cognizable offense. Under the Criminal Procedure Code, CRPC, cognizable offense allows the police to directly file an FIR and immediately begin the investigation. So that means FIR is filed for the cognizable offenses. Whereas the accused can be arrested without a warrant. What do you mean by the examples of such kind of cognizable things are the murder, the bestiality like things, kidnapping, theft of the animals, all such kind of offenses regarding the animals, they fall into this category. So like that, FIR can be filed. In case of non-cognizable offenses, the police will require the permission of the court to investigate. So the prosecution has to wait for the permission from the court. The accused cannot be arrested without a warrant as the offense is bailable. So the simple offenses like trespassing, misappropriation, physical assault, forgery, simple cheating, or simple hurt, these are all, or public nuisance, these are all coming under the non-cognizable offenses. In veterinary, most of the things are coming under the non-cognizable offense. Now, what is the difference between an FIR and a police complaint? The FIR related to a cognizable offense, when a police complaint can be filed both for non-cognizable as well as a cognizable class of offense. That means FRI can be filed for both. But they, in terms of different terms of offense, they deal with the punishment and the legal consequences will be there. So in simple way, a complaint may be given to a magistrate either by the way of spoken words or in writing. Complaint has to be given to a magistrate by a spoken words or by orally or in writing. Whereas the FIR is loaded at the nearest police station by the place of the commission of the crime. In some event, if somebody is trying to file an FIR for a crime that falls in the animal welfare non-cognizable category, it is the duty of the police to listen to them, enter the matter in their daily register or diary, give the person a signed copy of the entry made and directly, and you should see that the signed copy are entered in the book of the police station, and this copy is free of cost and you can receive that copy. The police may not, in the moment an FIR is been registered, it is the duty of the police to listen to them and they should register it. But It is not the, but police can only investigate. I mean, every cases they may not investigate. Only in some cases they may not investigate. Even if the FRI has been filed, is that if the police person sees that there is not an enough ground to investigate, or the case is not as serious in nature, the police must record the reasons for not conducting the investigation, and the concerned person should be informed about the thing that though FIR has been filed, we cannot investigate the complaint. Then who can lodge? And these are some of the frequently asked questions regarding the FIR. Who can load an FIR? An aggrieved person, a person who is aware about the facts of the crime, a person who has seen a crime being committed. When can I lodge an FIR? You can lodge an FIR only in case of an cognizable offense. In non-cognizable offense, you have to go and give a written complaint to the magistrate. Where can I lodge an FIR? To file an FIR, one has to go to the police station within the judiciary of which jurisdiction on which the offense has taken place. That means you cannot file the cases in very extraordinary cases you can know, but most of the time, whatever the crime has been taken in that particular jurisdiction only, you have to go and file the FIR. How can I load an FIR? Every piece of information to the police net offense is been given to the SHO. It is given orally to the officer. It should be given in the writing. Information, every detail should be there. It should be signed by the informant, and it should be recorded by the officer. If you have to pay anything for the loading an FIR, no. FIR is free of cost. Then what are the things one should always ensure when FIR has been filed? One, if you have filed an FIR, 4 copies should be recorded within the carbon place. That means they should be in very simple words. They should be recorded in person. They should not be try to cover up or score out. Ensure that the arrival and departure time is mentioned in the FIR and the daily registered. So carefully read the documents before signing. So these are all the important things. Now I can show you one copy of a FIR. So FIR, you can see the district place is there, time is there, date is there, the FRI number is there, the place of occurrence, address, name, complaint, who has complained, the information, all this information give. This is the first information report. This is of Hyderabad city, Banjara Hills, under the 429 IPC 11(1) Prevention of Cruelty to Animal Act. An FRI has been filed by an individual. That copy I'm just putting it. So like this, the FIR copy will be there. So detail, it's not that much complicated. Any person who is not, then you can see 2 kilometers southeast, but which is the location the crime has taken place, and like this all things will be recorded, and this copy will be given to the individual. Then where do I get the police department does not consider my FIR? If what to do? If a person, if a police department doesn't consider an FIR, then you can go to the hierarchy. You can go to the superintendent of police. The superintendent police will investigate himself, or he may authorize any other person to start the investigation. What happens, and all this, once the investigation starts, one will remember what happens to the FIR. Once the FIR is been filed, there is the cases will be investigated. If there is a sufficient evidence is there, a challan is prepared and it will be produced in the court. If there is insufficient evidence is there, the FIR is declared as untraceable. When an FIR is found to be false, or it is sometimes because of the jurisdiction, it has been transferred to the other police station, so it will be declared as cancelled. After registering the FIR, the contents in the FIR cannot be changed. That means before filing the FIR, carefully all the facts should be mentioned. You cannot alter or change the FIR. Only High Court can squash the first information report. Only High Court has got the permission. Now, coming to the specific cattle offenses, illegal use of oxytocin under the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1960, oxytocin can be used. In the previous classes, I have told you, nowadays oxytocin cannot be sold in the open market. But still they have been illegally procured. If it has been illegally procured, then not below a rank of police inspector will seize that oxytocin, and that license of the shopkeeper will be suspended. Then sometimes the FIR should be carefully see that the cruelties. For that thing, you have to see that syringe, the injection marks over the animal. Then they send the lab oxytocin sample for the lab for confirmation. So all, then sometimes the that should be sent to the drug inspector for testing, and the animal that has been seized to be sent to the SPCA. Now these are some of the important Indian penal codes which comes under the false evidence, IPC 193, false certificate, IPC 197, avoiding summons 172, Dangerous Act 180. So these are all are coming. So let's go one by one. So these are all the Indian penal codes where oath, good punishments, these acts are also there. It is very difficult to remember, but sections one can always remember. Now these are the some of the punishments and fines that will you usually see. Section 172. What is 172? Avoiding the summons or proceedings or absconding. Here, if a person is guilty under 172, a 1 month fine or both will be there. Section 173, that is preventing the service of summons or other proceeding or preventing publication. Or you are preventing somebody from attending the court, then 1 month imprisonment or a fine up to 500 rupees or both. Fabricating false evidence, punishment of false evidence 3 to 7 years or a fine. Signing a false certificate. Usually the veterinarians or sometimes accidentally, if they go says that certificate falsely, they have signed it, 3 to 7 years imprisonment or a fine of both. Then destruction of documents or evidence under the section 204, 2 years or a fine of both. Then under section negligence act likely to spread, if the animal is likely to spread the disease or it is dangerous to life, then under the section 2969, 6 months or fine will be there. If the animal is having some kind of malignant cancer or is likely to spread to the other animals, if the owner is not culling the animal, then there is a fine for 2 years, a jail or a fine. Then disobedience to the quarantine rule. If there is a quarantine has to be done regarding the foot and mouth disease or any some kind of the contagious diseases, then if the villager or a person is not obedient or not cooperating or is showing disobedience, then 6 months or fine will be there. Adulteration of food or drink intended for sale. This is very commonly you see the adulteration of milk and food products will be there. 6 months imprisonment and a fine of 1,000 rupees is there. Sale of the noxious food or drink, 6 months and 1,000 rupees in fine is there. Then adulteration of drugs, 6 months or a fine of 1,000 rupees is there under section 274. Adulteration means one drug, another drug combinations. Sale of adulteration of drug. Here adulteration of drug means preparation and is 275 sale of the adulteration drugs. That also amounted to the same punishment, 6 months or fine up to 1,000 rupees. Section 276, sale of drug as a different drug. If the drug is being sold, like oxytocin is being sold, but in another name, then 6 months or a fine up to 1,000 rupees or both. So like this, that's so many other things are there, but one should always remember that bestiality, that is unnatural sex is there. Here the bestiality maximum punishment is there, 10 years imprisonment or a fine is there. Then if unknowingly or causing death by negligence, if a death of the animal is there, then under the section 304A, 2 years or fine will be there. Sometimes lack of evidence will lead to this kind of thing. If some person unknowingly try to, because of him, there is a death to the animals. Then under the section 326, voluntarily causing grievances hurt by the dangerous weapons or means, imprisonment of life of 10 years and fine. Then cheating and 420, you all are aware of 420, cheating and dishonesting. Check bounce cases, you all have seen cheating and dishonesting led to 7 years. Here, most of the time, the animal owners, they will sell the breeds, like saying that these breeds are original. Some animals they will give this, and they are not having any disease and all those things. So they can be prosecuted under the cheating. Now, Indian Penal Code, various sections that are applicable to veterinary jurisprudence. Section 44 denotes to injury. Section 47 to animal. Section 51 to oath. Section 53 is also punishment offense. Then section 192, it is that is fabricate false evidence. Section 193, giving false this thing. Section 197, issue or signs of any certificates. Then section 271, section 272, same. Now, coming to the Prevention of Cruelty to Animal Acts 1960, these whatever the cruelty that has been done to the animals, like beating, overriding, overloads, torture, they are all subjected to the cruelty. So here the maximum punishment, what one can see that under the first offense it is 50 rupees, second subsequent offense it is 2 months and a fine of rupees 100. If the animal is abandoned into the street, then this, or it is having any kind of disease, or animal is let go to die in the street, then under that circumstances, any kind of mutilation, starvation, thirst, or any kind of fuka, such kind of the cruelty or punishment is done, then the punishment of 1,000 rupees or imprisonment up to 2 years is being kept. So this all you can see. Under the Law of Prevention of Cruelty to Animal Act 1960, the penalty that are being infused here are very, very less. So this is a 50 rupees note. Hats off to the person who has created this thing. You can see the penalty which has been first offended. So I think in subsequent coming years, the penalty may be increased. So all the animals, they have been included. The laws are there. So the police has to prosecute, and they are for investigating all those things. So much of efforts have been taken, and finally the penalty is very less. So you can see it is a very good depicted picture in which you can see, as per the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1960, Article 51A, IPC section 428, 429, all this is punishable under this type of pictures are being there. So there you can see under the 13th section Wildlife Protection Act. So if somebody is capturing, trapping and poisoning, biting a wildlife, they are prosecuted under this. So all this are been under this thing, and majority of them are under the section 11A to 11H, and they are under the non-cognizable offenses. Now, some of the basic questions that arises is that, can an individual be arrested who is treating an animal cruelly and bringing him to the police station? Yes. Any person whose presence or an offense is committing such kind of this crime against the animal can be brought to the nearest police station. So the police can exercise and they can, under the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1960, not below the rank of police inspector, they can arrest that person. And in case of overloading or beating of an animal, under the PCA, the animal can be seized and sent to the informatives. That is, it is a place where larger institute for the care of the animals, where the animals are being kept. Then Prevention to Cruelty Act under 1960, such animals, they are produced before the magistrate. They have to be taken care of. The treatment and other things are being taken care in the infirmary. After that, they are being given back to the owners. Then the animal, the cost of the whatever the transportation of animal from to the infirmary, and whatever the maintenance and the treatment expenses that arises in the infirmary, that has to be paid by the owner, or it has to be borne by the owner. If a person kills another person's dog or any other pets deliberately, what action should be taken? Killing of an animal pet is illegal and it is an offense. So under the Prevention of Cruelty Act, it is a cognizable offense under the section 428 and 429 of the IPC. So in this, a rigorous imprisonment of 2 years or fine will be there. Then here one should go to the nearest police station. One should do the condition. Dog has to be taken to the nearest vet clinic or the government hospital. If the death is there, then detailed postmortem examination should be undertaken to know the cause of the death and also the approximate time of the death. So after that, the police officer will put a challan, and that will be produced in the court or before the magistrate. What legal action can be taken about complaining of a dog or stealing of a dog of any animal? So this is the theft. Nowadays, new thing where there earlier theft was only done regarding the cattle or some animals. Nowadays, the dog theft are been going on. So that any animals, whether it is a dog or any animal, under the Indian Penal Code, theft is being there under the section 378. So any others property, any others animal is been taken, theft is such crime has been committed, then they are likely to be prosecuted under section 378 and under 379. There is an imprisonment for 3 years or fine will be there, and FRI has to be filed in this case. So sometimes you can identify the animals with the kind of the brandings, with kind of these things. Recently, when we have got that one dog was been one dog has been stolen by some other person, and after 1 month, accidentally that dog was not feeling well. It came to the hospital. Before that, 1 month before, the owners have given the photos and all those things. By identifying that, we came to know. Then we brought the real owners there, but the dog identified the real owner. So that's how these things are. But amicably things went. It didn't go up to the police station, so that things were sorted out. But some of the costly breed, some of the endangered breeds, things will be done. Then another is, can people who feed animals in their nearby area be stopped by the RAS or the society or neighbors under the law? Article 51A of the Constitution of India speaks that every citizen of this country should have this compensate the animals. So as per this, the Animal Birth Control Rule 2001. Now recently, just 2 months back, the Animal Birth Control Rules 2022 have been given. So new rules as per 2022, some little bit modifications have been done. Here, no sterile dogs can be relocated from that area. That means whatever the dogs that have been caught hold in that particular area, the dogs have been sterile, they cannot be reallocated. The purpose is that they are familiar to that place, and if they go to another place, then it may increase the dog bites. So that's why, as the Government of India, during the Wide Circular 2006, has says that as per the conventions of the Prevention of Cruelty Act, the beating, kicking, overriding, loading, or torturing, or any other cruelty to animals is subject or unnecessary pain to the cruelty to the animals will be indulged as cruelty to animals, and they are likely to be punished under the Prevention of Cruelty Act. So that means any designated agency, whether it is a government or local or an NGO, can deal with these stray animals. Some of the animals that have been caught for the ABC program, they have been doing spaying and castrations have been done, or hysterectomy operations. Post-operative care has been taken for this kind of things. So these are some of the pictures of the cruelty to cruelty. See how the cruelties are being done to the animals. Their dog fights are there. Animals are subjected to so much kind of pains that sometimes the animals are brutally subjected to so much of this kind of overloading of with camel, elephants, this kind of the animals, they are been left to walk on barefooted in the extreme summer, in extreme heat. They are been subjected to this thing, emaciation. The animals are been not given proper food. They are been overcrowdedly, they are been kept. Now the Doom Fuka's last class we have seen, it is a fine extending to 1,000 rupees for those things is there. For oxytocin also, there is a punishment is there. Are animal fairs where the animals are traded? Yes. Illegal? This is illegal. So see, most of the time the fairs or the animal fairs are been meant normally for the farmers. But recently years, these are been taken as an disadvantage by the butchers. So wherever the unproductive animals or little bit animals, they will purchase from the local farmers and they are sent for the slaughterhouse. In order to prevent this happening, the local administration must ensure that no trucks are allowed near the fair and no cattle should be put inside the truck, and no buyer can buy not more than 2 animals. So these all rules are being framed by the municipality of that particular area, and they should be kept a vigil on all those things. But in spite of the rules are there, so many activities will be there. Persons, they will put more than 2, 3, 4 animals into the trucks. They will buy so many animals at a time. And local authorities should check all those things. Municipality should also check all those things. Then the whatever the animals that are being caught hold, that animal should be sold in auction, and whatever the money that auction, from that money it will get, it should be helped. It should be given to the local NGOs or to the animal welfare association, or they should some kind of the shelters, animal shelters should be built. To designated shelters should be built so that the animal should be taken care. So these are the cattle fairs pictures in India, which is a common phenomenon. Lot of, even lakhs of rupees, crores of rupees turnout is there every month, or sometimes weekly bazaar will be there, monthly bazaar will be there, or yearly bazaar will be there, or some local fairs will be there. So their animals are being sold in the market. So most of the time nowadays, the weak and unproductive animals, they are being taken over by the farmers, and that will be or you call it as butchers, and they will sell it to the slaughterhouse. See, putting more animals. This is putting more animals in a truck more than its capacity is causing injury. Sometimes it may cause fracture, suffocation. They may die. Even some of the animal, they are ferocious. Some healthy animals, they may bite the small animal. The horn injury will be there. Some of the weak animals, they may be crushed. They may be suppressed. While traveling, they may get uncomfortable. Suffocation will be there. So these all things will be there during transportation. Then what amounts to the regarding the performing animals? See, the Prevention of Cruelty to Act performing animals. Here, that means the animals which are used are being exhibited, and for the training purpose they are being used, and for this the ticket has been there. If a person is found to be punishable, conviction of ₹500 or imprisonment of 3 months will be there regarding performing animals. The performing animals in India, like the monkeys, so many things are been there. Nowadays it has been totally banned. Is it an offense to train or exhibit an animal for police purpose? Now another question comes, police dog. Now recently, today morning only, I was in a dog show. I just completed the dog show by 1:30. I came for this class. The thing is that in the dog show, the police, we have got a police show, exhibit the dog. See, for the police dogs, there also they undergo rigorous training. So that means to hold to catch the crimes and all those things, the dogs are subjected to treated sometimes in very strict manner. Sometimes they will be cruelty will be done to that animal. Then under the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1960, there is an exemption. So these police dogs and these military dogs, they have been exempted in this thing. Then what are the powers provided by the police officers for the animal cruelty against animal under the Draft and Pack Animal Rules 1965? That means if the animal is overloaded, or the vehicle is been overloaded, then the vehicle can be seized. The animal can be rescued, and it can be given to the Goshala, or the animal can be rescued and it will be sent to an infirmary. And the concerned person, the penalty will be infused, or who is not obeying those things, then such things will be prosecuted under the law. Then if there is weighing balance, the animal will be taken to the weighing balance and the weighing, so that can hold good when that case is presented in the court. See, these are some of the examples. You can see overloading. This donkey has been upside down. This brute lip. This is the picture from Pakistan. This is not from India. This is the picture from Pakistan. You can see the donkey has been clicked. This is, of course, from India. You can see that lot of the hens have been traveled. So this lot of animals, they have been taken, and they have been this thing killed. Then what is the maximum load for draft animal? So these are the that earlier we have decided, we have gone through. So these are some of the minimum things for the animals are there. Then apart from that, small animal, small bull, 1000 kilograms, 750 kilograms, 500 kilograms. That means roughly For remembering all those things, one should always remember that 400, 500 kilograms for these kind of horses, pony, mules, that will be there. And for large bullocks like animal, 1000 kilograms bullocks can be given for a large and medium sized. For camel also, two-wheel cartage, 1000 kgs will be there. Then again, the whatever the vehicles there be given, it is seen that whether it is having a ball bearing is there, or it is the pneumatic tires are there. So that means that is not going to put some additional weight on the animal. Then what are the general conditions? Here one should always see that overloading cannot be done. An average not more than 9 hours the animal should be put into work. Not more than 5 hours continuous work should be given. There should be break in any in the temperature. One should always work in the cooler hours, not during the peak hours like 12 noon to 3 p.m. For these things, you can see that you have seen the Amergarh in Jaipur. In Amergarh, you can see the movie picture. You have seen so many elephants. They have been taken up from the upside to down. But now, under the Prevention of Cruelty Act, these elephants were subjected for very rigorous during season time. They were tried to put it for 4 times, 5 times. Sometimes the pregnant elephants were put to work. Sometimes the young animals, they were kept away from the mother. So all seeing this thing, now the government has restricted. There was a ban, but now because of it is going to be a livelihood for so many of the persons. So under these with conditions, it has been permitted, and in that so many of these conditions have been imposed. Then like use of the spike bites is prohibited. Saddling of horse is there. Then animals has to be disengaged after the work, and even the sick and management the sick animals which are drafting should be draft animals, means that the animals which are primarily put for work. Then the general conditions for the transport of animals. The general transport of conditions for the animal is that animal should be healthy, it should be good, it should be free from the diseases, it should see that the animal is ready to take the journey. Unfit animals should not be transported. Then the newborn, diseased, the emaciated, pregnant, fatigued animals should not be carried, should not be transported. Then the animals see that the pregnant and young animals should not be mixed, and all the animals should be kept in separately. Diseased animals should not be transported. They should be treated. They should not be mixed with the other animals. Then other things, what can you see is that what should be noted and observed when an animals are being transported. The general conditions that load in section 98 of the transport of the animal rules is that overloading of the amount spread to the cruelty. So in this case, the animal should be immediately unloaded and sent to the nearest animal shelter. In case of trucks, the wheelbase is 142 inches and shall not carry more than 6 cattle without calves or 5 with calves. So broader way one can immediately understand is that if you find it is overloading, as per the transportation of animal rules 1978, immediately the animal has the unloading should be done. The animal should be unloaded, and in case of the truck, if more than 6 animals or 5 calves are there, the animal should be unloaded. If the vehicle transportation is large, and if the animals are very comfortable and they are not jam-packed, then such animals can be allowed for journey. Then the animals are not allowed to transport by tempo. Overcrowding will be there, then so that they will be preventing the overcrowding will be there. Sufficient food and water should be provided during the journey period. First aid should be available if there is an injury. Then suitable ramp should be there for loading and unloading of the animals. Then paddling of straw should be kept in the floor, because the animal while transportation they may have imbalance and they may have the slippery ground and they may fall down. So a 5 centimeter thick paddling straw should be put in the floor as a floor to avoid the injuries. Overloading of this for the first offense it is 50 rupees. In the second offense it will be 100 rupees and an imprisonment of 3 months. This is the penalty for overloading under the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1960. Then the transportation of monkeys have been there. Specifications are being given regarding the transport of the monkeys. So here, not more than 12 monkeys should be kept in these compartments, and they should be placed over the gunny bags, should be placed between the 2 cages, that the animal should not see and they should not get excited. And the monkeys can be transported through air also with a special measuring cage. Then the cattle can also be provided through the rail, through the wagon, or by the road also, and by through the rail. The good wagons, in the goods wagon, it can be given by through the broad gauge. So the narrow gauge, broad gauge, as nowadays narrow gauges are very less. All are been converted into broad gauge. So while transportation, the good vehicles, the permissible is 4 buffaloes and 142 inches. Then transportation of equines by rails also 8 to 10 horses or 10 mules or 10 donkeys in the broad gauge. It will be there. They can be transported by sea also. And in that, usually accommodation in the single stalls and mules in pens will be there with maximum up to 4 to 5 mules. These are some of the specification for sheep and goat in case of broad gauge and meter gauge. Permissible area is 21.1 square meters for a number of 70 number of sheep and goat in case of the broad gauge. Now meter gauge, nowadays there it is almost meter gauge are not there. So these are some of the pictures. Now, what are the rules provided to the transportation of the poultry by rail, road and air? So there are a number of the poultries that can be accommodated in such condition, are the number of the day-old chicks, 3 months old chicks that can be accommodated. And while taking all these poultry birds, one must always do the sterilization should be done. The container should be sterilized and should be taken. Then transportation of pigs by rail or road. Then that transportation, one should not carry more than 20 pigs. Transportation, while transportation of pig by rail, no railway wagon should be accommodated more than 35. So here, 2 aspects is there. While road 25 pigs and in railway 35 pigs. Then cruelty to animal acts, transportation on foot rules 2001. So in this, are there any regulation? Yes. Even the transportation of animal, that is one of the cheapest mode of transportation, usually done in the rural area by foot. It also amounts into the Prevention of Cruelty to Act. Here apparently, if one can applies for the by transportation only when it is involves in a 5 kilometer or more. Each animal should be certified by a veterinarian. First aid should be there. The animal should be rested for every 20 minutes. Watering should be given 1 hour before. No whip or stick should be applied. No beating should be done. The animal should not be tied with any nose or any leg. On there should be space of minimum 2 feet between the animals when they are walking. No animal should be transported on the foot before the sunrise or after this sunset. The pregnant animal, newborn animal, emaciated animal, diseased animal, blind animal, lamed animal should not be taken on foot. Then the animals like goat, elephant, they cannot be transported on foot or on the hard cement, as that is going to cause injury to their palm. That means goats, elephants, they cannot be transported on the foot where there is a hard cement is there or a metal tarred road is there. Any police officer above the rank of the constable or any person authorized by the central or the state government or the Animal Welfare Board of India can inquire if there is an inquiry, and if we say that any violation of the rules is then that such animals which are being transporting, they can be brought to the nearest magistrate. Then Prevention of Cruelty to Animal Act, Slaughterhouse 2000. No person can slaughter any animals without the municipality area given unless and until he is having a specific license. And in that slaughterhouse definition, whereas in more than 10 animals are being slaughtered per day, there the license is being given by the state government, central government, or by the concerned municipality area. They here pregnant animal or which is having offsprings less than 3 months of old, such animals or 3 months of old animals are not certified by the veterinary doctor and such animals are unfit or not fit for to be slaughtered. Then what is the slaughtering procedures or what is the legal? Then whenever there is a government slaughter cannot be done elsewhere. That means simple way, if in a given designated area like municipality area, taluka place, if there is a slaughterhouse is then no, in other designated places the slaughter cannot be taken place. But this is not widely followed. But nowadays, because of the stringent measures, most of the areas they are following it. In this, the government, if there is no government slaughterhouse, then killing can be taken place in the licensed slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse, any other persons, the animal cannot be slaughtered and it is prohibited. So this has came in regarding the Srimati Menaka Gandhi, who had gone to the Delhi High Court against the Idgah slaughterhouse of Delhi, and in that it has given the judgment. So based on that judgment, these guidelines are being formed. So in this, it will apply that not below the 18 age can be worked in the slaughterhouse. Each slaughterhouse should have a license, and animal slaughter should not exceed 2,500 per day. That is 2,000 sheep and goats and 500 buffaloes. There should be adequate number of veterinary doctors for providing the fitness certificate. The compounding fees in respect to sheep and goat is 500 rupees and buffalo is 2,000 rupees. Previously, it was 50 rupees and 200 rupees respectively. The maximum number of animals allowed to be carried in open trucks should not exceed 40 animals, sheep and goat or buffaloes. The slaughterhouse should be have proper light, electricity should be there, fan should be there, cooler should be there, and various different sections in the slaughterhouse should be there. Proper sanitization, proper disinfectant should be there, or proper disposal of the blood and carcass should be done. So ample quantity of water should be there. According to the municipality laws, if there is a municipal authority slaughter, then there is no private slaughter is there, then no license should be issued to such slaughterhouse. They are illegal. Then as per the standard ISI marks, the slaughterhouse should be kept outside the periphery of the city. It should be away from the airport. It should be provided with potable water, electricity, proper hygienic sewage model should be there. Sewage is very important. See, all kind of the animal slaughters, the sewage is very important. It should the water should be adequately provided so that the disposal should be gone. Otherwise, lot of smell will be there. Lot of this noise, this flies will be there, and it will lead to some kind of the diseases. So that means the portable water, electricity, and proper hygienic sewage should be there. Resting place should be there before slaughter. It is not meant that if the animal is going for slaughter means they should be put like this. So before that, good resting place should be there. And before killing, that adequate anti-mortem examination should be done. Then it should be carried out in a humorous manner. That is halal meter, jhatka meter, jui methods are there in this course of the PG diploma, the MAW 002. You can go through all these norms regarding those things. Separate chapter is there regarding those things. Here, fitness certificate veterinary doctor should issue, and a veterinary doctor cannot issue more than 12 animals in an hour or more than 96 animals in a day. So there is a restriction. He cannot give more than 12 hours in an animal. That means the animal veterinary doctor should certify each and every animal very thoroughly. Then the reception of the slaughterhouse should have a proper ramps. That means it should be helpful for loading and unloading from the animals for the railway wagons. If there are inadequate feeding, watering should be given to the animals that are come for slaughter. Separate isolation chamber should be kept. Adequate holding should be provided in the slaughterhouse. Anti-mortem, that is before death, anti-mortem examination should be carried out by the veterinary doctor. And you will see that the flooring should not having any non-slippery things will be there. Then the suitable drainage facility should be there. Every animal before the veterinary examination should have an adequate size, and resting should be done for the animal before slaughtering. So there are resting place should be adequate before the post-mortem examination as per the directive Article 48. The state has ensured all the agriculture and animal husbandry activities. So whatever the prohibition of the slaughters and all those things, nowadays every state has gone for the cow slaughter bill. So it has this cow slaughter has been taken place since 1956, each and every state. But nowadays some states have taken stringent measures like Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, recently Karnataka, where the cow slaughter is been done. So 13 years below animals, they cannot be slaughtered. Only 13 years and above animals can be slaughtered, and buffaloes are exempted from that thing. New norms, that means no person shall bring the cattle to any animal market unless upon the arrival has to given a written declaration signed by the owner stating the name and address owner of the cattle with a copy of the photo, identification of proof and details to be brought to the market for the sale of slaughter. Then what are the laws, rules that governs the meat shop? Here, the meat shop should be located away from the vegetable or food market. Then it should be see that it should have the Bureau of the Indian Standard requirements for maintaining. The meat stall should be free from the undesirable odor, smoke, dust, or any other contaminations. Then it should have the compound wall should contain the barricade entry of the dogs, birds, cats, and undesirable elements into the block. Then each block should be provided with portable water storage supply tank so to facilitate the withdrawal of the water by the meat stall. The meat stall should consist of the preparing room, and it should be covered and should have a covered passage in front of a veranda for the customers. So the customer should not come inside. They should have a special counter should be there. This size are mentioned. Then screened ventilator should be there for cross ventilation. Then care should be taken that no direct sunlight falls on the dressed carcass. Then room should be fly proof and fly repellent. The floor of all the rooms should be constructed that easy washing and cleaning should be there. The covered passage protected from rain and sun should be provided in the meat stall for the customers. Each stall should be provided with water tap, knives, tools, and hooks shall be used as a stay. All should be of stainless steel only, so that rust should not be there and it not be there. So whatever the instrument like knives, the hooks or the tools used for the slaughter, they should be made of stainless steel only. Then, is it crime to sell camel meat? See, the license of the beef will not enable to sell of the camel meat. So that means camel meat is not notified as a food as per the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1960. So only presently the slaughtering is permitted for cattle, sheep, goat and pigs within the corporation limit. So the camels are not slaughtered. So that's why no qualified veterinarian doctor can certify or give the fitness certificate. And the camel meat cannot be sold or it cannot be slaughtered. And as per the constitution, is slaughtering of cows on Bakri Eid considered illegal? No, animal can be slaughtered except goats. The division bench of Kolkata has ruled the slaughter of cows by the member of Muslim community on the Bakri Eid is not a requirement of the Muslim religion and should be banned. The Supreme Court has upheld this decision. So as per the Prevention of Cruelty Act 2001, that no one can slaughter animal in slums or in the roadside meat shop or in the dhabas or in the private homes. This rule applies to the slaughtering of the goats on the Bakri Eid also. The slaughter can take place on the government designated Eidgahs and that cannot be taken in the mosques. Prohibition of the Slaughter Act. Is it illegal to sacrifice animal? Yes. Nowadays, in so much of the rural India, you can see that animals, they are being slaughtered in the name of the fairs, jatras, and all those things. So as per the Prevention of Cruelty Act 1972, Wildlife Act 1972, IPC Act, the prohibition of birds and animal sacrifice are prohibited in Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala, Pondicherry, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu. And under the Local Municipality Corporation Act also, this is illegal to sacrifice the animals. So coming to the concluding part, always one should see that love the animals and you should see that poaching of the animals should be stopped. The illegal killing of the animal for the meat purpose, for the Some people, they have got fascinated to eat the deer for the wild boar or some other animals. Then coming to the another topic is the use of animals in research. Nowadays, under the section 4 of the experiment of the animal control and supervision rules 1968, experiment should be done with due care and with humanity. The minimum number of animals should be used for experiments. The experiments, you can see that throughout the experiment, the animal should feel comfortable and it should not have any kind of pain. Then it should, the experiment cannot be performed for the purpose of attaining or retaining the manual skill. If you want to have some skill perfection, somebody will go and perform these things. Actually, when we were doing the BVS and all those things, at that time, the laws were not there. We used to get an unproductive calf, usually male buffalo calf or a male buffalo calf or a male cow calf, and we used to do a lot of operations on those calves. But now, presently, for the last 1 or 2 decades, it has been totally prohibited or banned. Then the experiment shall not be performed as a public demonstration except for the advancement of knowledge. Then you can see that the animals are being subjected for so much of the pain for the cosmetics purpose. Animal research alternatives can be known for this thing. 3 R's. Apart from that, 4th R is the rehabilitation are been included. The 4th R that has been used by this is that is the rehabilitation. The purpose of animal research is to know the basic facts about the animal research, to know the animal models. Nowadays, the animal models are being used instead of the animals. So these animal testing or research things are being there. So it is illegal to sell animals for experiments? Yes. Nowadays, the experimental of animal control and supervision put restrictions for the sale of animals for the experiments. So whoever wants to take the animals, they can do only mice, guinea pigs, they have been there. The commercially, kennel, pet shop, laboratory, they are not supposed to take all those things for the laboratory experiment purposes. So this is the for research purpose and all those things, you cannot take it there. But it is for the human benefit or for some things, you have to take the wider permission, and whatever the conditions that are being laid down by the CPCSE, they have to follow those things. Then regarding the Madaris and the Kalandars, no private person in India is allowed to capture, train, or show these wild animals in public. And if at all they will do, that the animal is been caught and they can get back as per the Wildlife Protection Act. This cannot be used, and they are been put, they are let loose into the jungles, and the persons who have been doing can be prosecuted. And then anyone in the government hire people with langurs to drive a monkey from the premises. Nowadays, monkey menaces is there in the temples in the cities. Now, recently in Delhi, you have seen that a lot of monkeys were there. So it is illegal to use this thing. Langurs are covered under the Wildlife Protection Act. So making it is illegal to buy, keep, or sell them. If a Madari is not allowed, then to protect species, how can he use this animal in this trade or profession? So the persons recruiting the Madaris or Langur is to be arrested under the law. So these are the animal breeding and experiment on animal control and supervision rules 1990. So it straightly says that no establishment shall carry on the business of breeding of animals or trade of animals for the purpose of experiments unless it is registered. So these are some of the pictures concluding. See, neglected horses are there. How much of the hoof is been there? This nail is been there. Hoofs are been there. It is almost 3 feet long. So this type of these horses are been rescued. Such type of animal, how much of pain that horse might have undergone. These are some of the pictures of the brutal killings have been done to the animals. So concluding, don't keep calm, fight against the animal cruelty, stop cruelty to animals. Thank you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Excellent class, sir.
It was very elaborative. I think Sunday
But
afternoon.
But still it was excellent, sir.
So any questions is there? Please welcome. Another 5-10 minutes.
No, sir, no questions, sir.
No, sir.
Anybody wants to have any kind of questions regarding those things? Initially only I have told that these are some of the laws that cannot be understood very overnight or with these things, but the primarily to prosecute the main atrocities or the brutality or killing or mischief done to the animal, then one must understand the laws. One must know the procedures of the law. One must know how to make the first of all we should make the awareness among the people not to do all those things. If some of the people they do, then they have to be penalized for this thing under the democratic norm. We have got this procedure of all these court procedures are there, and primarily our cases are mostly of the non-cognizable offense. So most of the time we have to give the written complaint, and the penalties are also very less. But the thing is that that will give an assurance to the person that he may not try to commit that kind of crime. He has to go and into that mental agony of that kind of stress of the court procedures or the police stations. And by this way, sometimes some people may do it unknowingly, but somebody may do it knowingly. So this may happen. So ultimately, it is a responsibility of the R to see that such things are not prevalent in the society, and whatever the crimes that have been done against the animals, that has to be minimized and that has to be curtailed by the application of the law.
Only one question, sir.
Yeah.
How to memorize all these laws?
Yeah, it's very easy. If you, for the first time, if you go through that, you cannot remember those things. But if you go through, see, I have elaborated in this lot of things. One should see the court procedures and all those things. As far as examination is point of view concerned, they will not give you these things. Only cognizable offense, non-cognizable offense, nobody will ask you the court procedures and all those things. Only thing is that slaughterhouse, because wherever what are the common cruelties that occurs in animals, the four basic things are there. That is the bestiality, cruelty, maiming. So these all are the important questions that will be coming for the examination point of view. So these are the things, these are been done. So one can go to the NGOs, one can go to the police stations. Today, the middle part of today's lecture was primarily to educate. I don't think that will come in the examination, though that has been included in the syllabus of this animal welfare laws and policies and organization course. These are primarily included to create an awareness among the students who are taking this diploma course regarding the laws. So don't worry about that, madam. That's not much thing is there. If you go through once or twice, you can easily remember those things. Not much complicated are these things.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, in case of slaughterhouse for chickens in Gram Panchayat areas, it also requires license or what?
Yeah, it is there. License is there, sir. It required, because see, nowadays the cleanliness, because of those things, everything cleanliness is there. But primarily for that thing, the norms are not that strict. Norms are not strict. See, what they do in chickens is that they try to go for the slaughter of the chickens which are ill, which were supposed to be culled, and which are unfit for the consumption of humans. But by the way of profit earning, they will try to do those things. So the municipality authorities, they can put a check, the drug inspector can put a check, the veterinarian can put a check. They can see that whatever the animals that are been. So that's why you can see that cages are kept in front of the chicken stalls and all those things, where apparently healthy broiler birds or the layer birds, they have been kept in front, so that based on that only they have been slaughtered. And moreover, the surrounding area of that slaughterhouse, they are filled with ceramic tiles, proper lighting, proper sanitization. They all been done so that the flies cannot come, because once the chickens have been slaughtered in the 8 o'clock, if you are going to buy in afternoon or you're going to buy in the evening, sometimes you may not get it. So these are all the measures the government has taken, and slowly but surely things are improving. In city level, it has improved drastically. maybe in couple of years things will get standardized in the rural area also.
Thank you, sir. Other question is regarding that slaughter of cows of that crossbreeds like Holstein or Jersey, because indigenous are not allowed in some states. So can you throw some light
Yeah,
on
it
that?
is important,
Slaughter of
sir.
cows.
Every state has got the right to protection as per the fundamental Article 48. So it is a state subject. See, Central has given this as a state subject. So as under the state subject, every state has got the cow, this slaughter act. So in the next class, I will take that Cow Slaughter Act because it is very important nowadays. Lot of queries are there, lot of basic. Sir, one should always remember that each state has taken. Nowadays, for the preservation of this thing, and the present government's mandate is that the Gomata, Hatya, and preservation of the conservation of the breeds and all those things. Every state has acted in the way. Some state has given some liberties, but the animals like Jersey or the HF, which are productive, which are giving milk, which are giving milking animals, or which are productive, they are not supposed to be slaughtered. And in, for example, take in the state of Karnataka, no animal within 13 years of age can be slaughtered, irrespective of any breed. Whereas if you go to the nearest state like Goa or in Kerala, it is permissible. So that's why the lot of smuggling of these kind of cattle are being done through the border areas towards, because Karnataka is covered with Goa as well as Kerala. Okay, sir. If no questions is there, we will wind it up. It was very lengthy one. Thank you for all for your patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your lengthy and very good sessions. What you have taken today, even of the busy schedule, your own today is that Krishi Mela you attended. Then again you were given the session. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, can you make the stop the recording? One more. நம்ம போய் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிட்டு